throughout practice there were Munoz and Piqueras, there were kicks exchanged, they were pointing at each other. Pironi was dive-bombing his own teammate. Jacob Ralston during practice. I feel like they've had 3 weeks off. They've been champing at the bit to get going again.
You are so right. We're at the Red Bull Ring, and I think they've had too many Red Bulls. It's quite a narrow track. There's plenty of overtaking opportunities, but they're all tight. They're all sort of late moves. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, all dive bomb corners. So yeah, put your seatbelt on, strap yourself in. This is going to be a cracker. Yeah,
if you've got your coffee ready to go, pour it down the sink. You're not going to need it if this Moto3 race gets the heart racing as we expect it's going to. We have got 20 laps of this circuit, and it's all hard braking, hard acceleration on a Moto3 bike. That means moves galore. Dive bomb fest about to come for us. Valentin Pironi on pole for the first time. Angel Piqueras looking strong all weekend. Ryusei Yamanaka lines up alongside. You've got the Aspar boys who knocked lumps out of each other in the Czech Republic on row 2 in Foggia and in Quiles, and the championship leader on row 3. Here we go then. Pironi from pole. Are they going to get through turn 1 safely? We're about to find out as they are underway. A really good start from Angel Piqueras from second on the grid up towards turn 1. He's got the inside line. Pironi's not going to turn over him. He's going to lock in behind Piqueras. A really solid start from all of them. In fact, only a few people running on the outside up towards the chicane for the first time, and Pironi trying to fight back.
It's tricky, the fact that they all managed to get through turn 1, I'm impressed. This is tight through here. Turns 2A and B, one line, then you go severely uphill up to the really tight hairpin of turn 3.
Piqueras did well. He's so good on the brakes to hold off in front of Pironi through the chicane, and he does so in turn 3. Quiles making moves already up to third. He can see Piqueras out front and knows really that he's the one with the target on his back today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been fast all weekend in all the sessions.
There's your championship leader, the number 99 of Jose Antonio Rueda, and right on cue, Max Quiles comes through on Pironi. Rueda himself under pressure from the likes of Joel Kelso and Adrian Fernandez, who's not shy when it comes to making moves in a race. Down through turn 6, Quiles, is he going to try that one? Ooh, little twitch for Pironi as he took the wider line, but you know, the natural racing line there leaves the door a little bit open on the drop down the hill.
Yeah, it's the nature of this track. Like I say, it's a relatively narrow track, but you do, another crash for poor Cormac Buchanan. I mean, he's been fast when he's not been crashing, but he's had 3, I think that's his 3rd crash of the weekend.
Well, just where he is, that's through the corner. I think that might be a
nudge.
Yeah, well, in turn 5 into 6 perhaps. Yeah, something got on there.
Cormac tight down into the last corner. Quiles very late on the brakes there. Will it affect his exit? No, look how fast Quiles is there.
Well, he picked that throttle up beautifully out of the final corner, didn't he? He was running so much corner speed, but he somehow has got on the gas that bit earlier than Piqueras. He's going to take the lead, and then Pironi's going to take Piqueras for second. This has just started, ladies and gentlemen. Another 19 laps of this to come.
Ooh.
Go on the green for, you saw there for Yamanaka. You mustn't do that more than, of course, 4 times. If you do, you will get a long lap penalty.
I wonder if they'll let that one go, because he was sort of forced a little bit with his teammates.
I'm not sure they will on that one. Just
back to the throttle works both ways. Just, yeah, you're back out of it. Yeah.
Then it's Foggia up on the inside of Carpe. Carpe has had the pace this weekend. Foggia's looked racing. He did it, Bruno. He's done it a couple of times this year, and he just wants to show these youngsters a little bit of his experience. So his teammate Max Quiles leads. Behind him, let's get tight there with Adrian Fernandez. There's the debris from Cormac Buchanan's bike on the outside.
Looks like he's probably had a high side out of that tricky turn 4. And what's happening is we've got Quiles, who's been fast all weekend, and he's trying to stretch the field, and is got incredible race pace. And we sort of thought there was about 4, maybe 5 riders who would be able to go with him, but this tells me that the tyres aren't going to be an issue in the race, so they are going full out straight away. They're not trying to conserve some of that rubber for the latter part of the race.
So here we go, 4 abreast as we go down towards turn 9 on the inside there. That's going to get really tight between Pironi and Ryusei Yamanaka, looking good in these early stages. So Yamanaka up to second now. Quiles leads them across the line at the end of lap 2. A slight gap between Piqueras and Carpe and Foggia with the chase pack.
Yeah, Quiles is trying to stretch it, but the problem is whilst they're battling, then that's dragging the group behind back up to them.
And David Munoz, just looking from that shot, just at the fastest lap of the race, also made a move on Jacob Ralston ahead of him. And that is the first of Marcus Uriarte's 2 long lap penalties. I saw Matteo Bertelli down in the pit lane earlier today. That's good, isn't it? Because we haven't seen from him since he had a crash at home while training. He doesn't know when he's going to be back. He said, that's a decision up over my head at the moment. So
yeah,
we'll
we heard it was quite a serious accident, so that is really good news.
He looked all right, he was walking all right, and his leg was fine, he's training, but he says he's ready to come back, but he's waiting for the nod, and he hasn't been given it by team management. We'll see. Max Quiles leading then. Yamanaka in second, Peroni is in third on the 73, and Piqueras a watching brief in fourth at the moment, keeping his powder dry. He's got away with the front group, and that was probably the first objective. Don't get caught up in the mire, as Jose Antonio Rueda is down in 10th at the moment.
Yeah, just in that second group, but they are trying to close in. Just looking further back, Scott Ogden's down in 15th, Casey O'Gorman's behind him, but quite a way behind. It looks like he's not quite tagged onto that second group.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds between Ogden and O'Gorman. So if you look on the left-hand side, between 15th and 16th, the points to O'Gorman, about 1.5 seconds on this lap.
Ooh, Piqueras. The inside of Peroni, it will not bother Peroni at all. There's one thing we've learned about this young man, he does not care. Rubbin's racing to him. Very, very aggressive young rider.
Slight gap back to Dennis Foggia in 5th, Almanza coming through in 6th. Munoz is now past Rueda, who drops back, and you just see, if you're Rueda now, you're starting to think, okay, there's a long way to go in this race. I want to have some tyre left at the end. He got caught out by that early on in the year. And just perhaps needs to tag on a bit behind Munoz now and hope that the Spaniard or his compatriot can drag him forward. There's Peroni at the back of that lead group as Piqueras got through him on that last lap. Up to turn 3 they go. That's where Peroni had his save, and it's hard to overstate to you how steep it is at turn 3. Yeah. Mid-corner.
Well, yeah, the reason that Peroni was able to have that fantastic save, he lost the front. Oh, what a shame. I mean, he's got a double long lap penalty anyway. Decided to call it a day.
What's happened there with Perez? Said that once already this weekend, hasn't he, Vicente Perez? So, yeah, frustrating weekend for Perez and for MLab and his grid racing team. Try and find out what happened there as we see moves going on further back down the order with Guido Pini, Jacob Ralston. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm going to say there was no room there. He had a look.
This is our championship leader. Jose Antonio Rueda has a comfortable gap in the championship as things stand. 3 races in his back pocket, 85 points. But as you see, if things ended right now, Piqueras will close that gap to 75. Still a huge lead. But, you know, just after the summer break, I'm sure consolidation and being sensible was the watchword, but if Piqueras can get on a roll, you never know in Moto 3.
Exactly, and actually we're looking at Rueda down in 10th place. That's where he's been all weekend, and to be honest, it's not like he's out of place, just not looked dynamic, not quite had the pace.
There we saw Perez just on the side of the track doing the right thing. He's obviously rejoined the race. Dennis Foggia running out of the chicane onto the blue. That's okay. You're allowed to do that one. As Piqueras hangs on again in front of Peroni.
It's interesting, you look at Yamanaka, he's in this battle at the front. He's looked strong all weekend there, sitting in second place. This is his 108th GP, and he's only had 2 podiums. We've seen him so many times in this position. I was close.
Piqueras' his front tyre. To Yamanaka's rear.
Yeah, that would not have ended well, but we've seen him in this position so many times, and just mistakes, and sometimes he drops back. It'd be really nice to see him convert this, and well, it'd be nice to see him win a race, but if he can at least get a podium, it'd be really good for the young Japanese rider's confidence.
Quiles pushing on the pace at the front, 140.3 from him, same for Yamanaka, 140.298 from Piqueras. Whereas Dennis Foggia and his group, 140.7. Faster behind them are Munoz and Rueda in 40.5s. Yamanaka being so closely ridden behind by Angel Piqueras. They've judged that one well through that final corner. It's so easy, isn't it there, Neil, to go onto the green paint?
Yeah, the outside curb is actually tarmac, so It's not like you can't really feel it. They actually brought that corner in after the first time we raced here for safety reasons. That's why it's not an actual curb.
Yeah, if you finish the corner normally where the actual curb is, it was pointing them towards the barriers. That's basically. Right. And the idea of bringing it in is you're pointing any acceleration down the straight. It's a good idea.
It was the right thing to do, absolutely. It just makes it difficult for the riders to really feel the edge of the curb.
Yeah. So much, as we know from these races, is about feel.
Ooh, that's a late one for Rueda, just squeezing up the inside of one of the Leopard riders.
Ooh, got a bit scrappy behind though, hasn't it, with Munoz now. Just set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. And Rueda just labouring to stick with him. You also feel though that Rueda has judged races well in terms of what pace you can go at what stage.
Yeah, he has been good at that this year, certainly with tyre management. Like I say, plan A definitely for Quiles was to try and break the group. He's been able to do that. The question is wide there. The question is, will that have cost him some tyre? Will the group be able to catch them up? Basically what they need now, that lead group, they sort of need to start passing each other for the second group to catch up.
Here comes Piqueras again, no way through on this occasion. Looking further back then, Foggia 5th, Fernandez is in 6th, Munoz is up to 7th, Rueda is up to 8th with Pini Almansa. Then it's Furusato, Ralston, Kelzo's ahead of Carpe and Scott Ogden rounding out the points. Nicola Carraro heads up a duo of himself and O'Gorman with Rouchet Moodley and Eddie O'Shea just behind. Eddie O'Shea's done all right actually in the early stages of the race to pick off a few.
Yeah, had a difficult weekend, hasn't he, Eddie? I think he's been, again, struggling just getting the right feeling he needs on engine braking.
There's a problem with Perone's transponder there. Was he a little bit wide or something? Because he dropped down the order. I had a panic, and then I looked at the screen and said, no, he's all right. He still is in this race. So, yeah, I think there might be a problem with a couple of the transponders out there. Peroni still in 4th. Behind, it's still a little bit harum-scarum. Adrian Fernandez has gone ahead of Dennis Foggia, and look at the gap now.
Yep.
2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a comfortable gap now.
And Raiders made a lot of time on Munoz on that previous lap. Of course, the 64 is Munoz. Rueda sits on the outside, Pini behind. No shortage of aggression in that group.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same. If you're the championship leader, you don't really want Munoz around you or Pini. 2 incredibly aggressive riders, not afraid to stick a front wheel in.
Adrian Fernandez doing his best to pull away from this small group and drag them back to the leaders. It'll be interesting to see his lap now, Fernandez, compared to the front quartet. Quiles has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 140.2. It's still behind the best race lap, which was set by Tatsu Suzuki here last year, of a 140.0. So you feel like there still would be margin here.
Yeah, you'd think so. 13 laps to go. Get rid of a bit of fuel. So steep up into turn 1.
Vicente Perez has now crashed. He rejoined the race after coming through the pits. He did his second long lap penalty, and now he has crashed. And now we have a change of leader. At the front, Ryusei Yamanaka has taken charge of this one. Quiles in 2nd, Keras there in 3rd. Oh, it's actually not a crash. Oh, it says on our screen, stop with a technical issue. So whatever Perez was feeling, something wrong with his bike. And so, yeah, frustrating. Mentioned Yamanaka, 1 podium to his name this year. That came in Qatar, which is a similarly lively race. Been a few of them this year. It's been a good season, hasn't it, for Moto 3? And then Rueda's dominated in so many ways.
Yeah, we've had some really good races, but the Rueda's racecraft has really stood out, hasn't it? Like I said, we've seen Yamanaka do things like this before, but he just seems to struggle to finish it. So let's hope he's been working on that in the summer break, working on a bit of racecraft, maybe watching videos back of, you know, old races back of what he's been doing wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what Angel Piqueras has done in that summer break either. He looks different again. He was looking a bit lost before the summer break. He hasn't had a podium, Piqueras, since Jerez.
Yeah, Piqueras looked like he'd had that let's say, his sharp edges knocked off him. But he came out in free practice 1, didn't he, on Friday? Set the fastest time. He was fastest in the afternoon. And he's looked really aggressive. He's been able to do lap times on his own. And normally, in this sort of situation, you'd really fancy Piqueras.
Out of the chicane, still not at the halfway point of this race. 20 laps around the Red Bull Ring. They come thick and fast as they're up to turn 3 once more. There is Fernandez. Well, half a second again on that last lap. That front group was quicker, or nigh on, 0.4 of a second. So having had a lap off, sorry, it was 141.2, my apologies, the other way round. It was half a second quicker for Adrian Fernandez on that last lap. Calculating it wrong, it was a much slower lap at the front.
Yeah, Yamanaka's got to the front. Quiles is the fastest man. When he gets to the front, he drops the hammer.
So was that a case of, okay?
Well, I think plan A was to stretch the field. He's done that. Now he's saving his tyres a little bit. The team will be telling him that he's in a group of 4, so he'll be aware of that. And they'll also be telling him how far the group behind is.
Yeah.
So he's in control mode at this point with, well, 11 and a bit laps to go.
Yeah, he can't rest on their laurels too much.
Oh no, you don't want to. You definitely don't allow that group to tag back on.
I feel like there'd be a hurry up if that were to happen. So Yamanaka leading them across the line. Yeah, quicker lap on that occasion, but still Fernandez was another couple of tenths quicker. Rueda was 3 tenths quicker than the leaders. So where Rueda a couple of laps ago was 3.3 seconds behind the leader, now it's 2.
Yeah,
still not counting him out.
Is Quiles going to stretch it now? Now he's got back to the front.
On board with the youngster. 5 podiums in 8 Grand Prix so far for Max Quiles. Not a bad return.
Not a bad record, eh? Yeah, already had a win. Already had a pole position.
Scored points in every race he's been in.
He's not bad.
He's broken his thumb in training accident, missed a couple of rounds too. And yet, still been sticking it on the box with regularity.
Yeah, the gap's slowly coming down. It's 1.5 between Peroni and Fernandez.
And I think they've got more pace at the front, but they're just dosing it out at the moment. Interesting to see now that Quiles has got back to the front. If that was a little bit, you know, you mentioned on his pit board, it will say group 1 plus 1.5, and maybe that's okay. I have to get to the front. I have to open that gap up again. Let's see now on this lap, because through the last split it was 1.7. Quiles, has he upped the pace once more?
Yes,
another 3 tenths quicker. But fastest rider on the circuit is Tayo Furusato in 8th place.
Yeah, it's about Furusato time where he's out onto the green there.
That's what Quiles' account. A couple of track limits warnings already for Fernandez and Foggia. To worry at this stage. Quiles, as you might expect, using the blue paint on the outside of the curb. He loves that. He loves a sweeping, really wide line.
Yeah, it's good. You don't get penalised, do you, if you go onto the blue paint? It's only the green paint you get penalised.
Down the hill towards turn 4, we're past the halfway point now of this race. 10 laps down, 9.5 to go, and Max Quiles leading it. It's just hit that kind of simmer, hasn't it, this race? It's going to go off at some point, mark my words. When Angel Piqueras suddenly decides, it's usually with about 3 to go, when he decides...
Yeah, to stick his elbows out on the green again.
That's 2 on 1 lap here for Quiles.
Yeah, that's far from ideal.
But that tells me he's trying to push on.
Yes, absolutely. It's what we've seen all weekend at this track. It's hard to keep it on the track. The green paint on the exit of the corners is really, really easy to just slip onto. Nearly on it there.
Yeah, there's one at turn 1 on the outside, after turn 1 on the inside, turn 3, between turn 6 and 7, inside of turn 8, outside of turn 8, outside of 9 and 10, as we saw there. So pretty much on every corner of this circuit. And there is the track limits warning coming up for Max Quiles. So he's only allowed now one more free. The next one after that would be a long lap penalty. So he's going to have to keep his nose clean for 9 laps.
Again, another fastest lap from Tayo Furusato, back in 8th place, 0.4 of a second faster than the leaders.
And you feel like if Furusato's doing that, he's thinking, right, this is the tyre I've got to the end of the race now.
Yeah.
I've got to push it on. The gap between Peroni and Fernandez, 1.3 seconds through that first split.
I'm trying to work out if Peroni sat there just biding his time, because he hadn't done a move yet, and he's an aggressive rider.
I have to think he is.
Yeah, so do I was thinking that.
But, you know, from what we've seen of him, he's raw, isn't he? To have that little bit of wherewithal to know that I'm not, you know, the classic Moto 3 of I'm just going to dive bomb people left, right and centre. To sit there, that's...
Yeah, that shows some real maturity.
Yeah.
Just now, though, with Quiles stretching that, that's as big a gap of...
His right-hand side as he comes through now.
That is the first move we've seen from Peroni.
Just keeping tabs on Quiles out front. There you saw the gap back to Fernandez. Again, Fernandez, another personal best lap. I remind you, he's on a track limits warning. Max Quiles in the lead is on a track limits warning.
Peroni has such good corner speed.
So you've got corner entry for Piqueras, the straight line braking. You've got the corner speed for Peroni, and then you've got, look at Quiles punching it out of the corner. He gets a couple of lengths every single time.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and it's that sort of, it's that yo-yo effect of Piqueras closes in on the brakes but rushes it the first part of the corner a little bit, where Quiles works on his exit.
Long lap penalty coming up for Carraro for exceeding track limits here now. Oh, on for Piqueras as well. Keeping a really close eye on it now. We did say before the race there will be people who'll transgress. Carraro the first to get one in race, but more track limits warnings. Casey O'Gorman's just had one. He's battling Rouchet Moodley for 17th.
Peroni can turn tighter everywhere. He looks definitely the most comfortable out there right now.
That's exciting to hear from Peroni, who had his first podium earlier this year. Had his first pole yesterday. Could it be? As he has a think about going through. And another fastest lap from Furusato. Wide from Quiles. Oh, and he brings it. He knew there he couldn't transgress. Knew that he couldn't run out wide onto the green paint.
Yeah, had to close the throttle completely, didn't he, to get it back into line. And that'll enable the group behind to close in a little bit more.
Oh, this is going to get tasty now in Moto 3. What's the gap through that first split, Neil? 1.2 seconds now.
Yeah, it was 1.6 a few laps ago.
It was at 2 seconds at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair play to Fernandez, because he's doing it all on his own at the front.
Yeah, and Furusato behind is working with the likes of Munoz and Rueda. Furusato's got through on Munoz now. At least on our timing screens it says that. On the track itself, actually, Munoz looks like he's ahead of him. Yeah, he's just got through on him.
See, looking back as well, Quiles looks like he's going wide everywhere, like he's not got as much tyre. Peroni in second place, turning sharper everywhere. He likes to ride close to us, Peroni. It makes me a little bit nervous.
So who would you say has got tyre looking at this?
Definitely
this
Peroni. Yeah.
But is he using it doing this?
He's using it now, but now he's going for it, isn't he? Now he's pulling the pin.
Well, Quiles is back in front all of a sudden.
I think they rolled off a little bit there, because let's just see the gap. We'll know if Fernandez has closed in. It was 1.2 the last time we checked.
Let's have a look over the line as Quiles leads and 6 to go as Yamanaka hits the front now.
Of a second now.
It's game on, and they're all going to have to start thinking about if they want to keep that gap. Oh, getting tight for Quiles out of turn 1, but Fernandez is coming at pace. Yeah, they definitely were slower on that last lap.
Yeah, into the 41s. So you're looking at about 0.5 of a second slower than that group behind.
And is that Piqueras then saving something for the last lap? Because he was one who took charge when Quiles ran too deep at turn 1. He's got to the back of the group now, Piqueras. Just under 6 laps remaining. This rider, we haven't seen him too much, the number 31 of Adrian Fernandez. He's had an excellent ride through. Started on the second row of the grid. He's just chucked away in this race. Championship leader, still in that group. I was expecting more. When he was 3.3 seconds behind, I was thinking it's done. Then he was back to 2 seconds, but the gap has stayed there. 2.1 between Rueda Piqueras. Is he keeping his powder dry on the number 36 at the back of the group? What's Ryusei Yamanaka got? Has just sat there in this race, took the lead at one point, but had a slow lap, and that forced Quiles back to the front. Quiles has done the donkey work in this one. Has he still got something to battle with? I'm almost certain he has, if the rest of his first 8 Grand Prix are anything to go by. Up the hill one more time for Maximo Quiles. Looking down the hill, you can see the clouds circling, sun trying to break through. It shines bright on them out of turn 3. Down the hill they ride, and Quiles is opening up here. But you do feel like that's the corner exit when we get now into the braking zone. Yamanaka, then Piqueras and Peroni. Look at that, straight away, close back on him.
Yeah, you're right. It's more like the old school 1-2-5 lines is Quiles. He does like a big sweep.
Oh, moment for Yamanaka, big moment. And he'll lose that second position to Piqueras. And again, look at Quiles' gap now.
Yeah, taking advantage of that.
Furasato did another 140.0 on that last lap. That's about 4 or 5 he's done.
Been almost respectful.
There's still time. There's still under 4 laps remaining in this race. And again on the brakes, Piqueras eats up the ground to Quiles out front. Again on the exit, Quiles pulls away slightly.
And again,
Peroni sits.
And Peroni rides so close to the rider in front.
Hugging the rear tyre.
Yeah, if the rider in front misses a gear, you are so into the back of them. What a great shot. Downhill, all the way down to the tricky turn 4. Horrible off-camber corner. Oh, different lines. That's the line from Quiles. Lets the brake off, runs it through.
Yeah, railing it through the corner, isn't he? And then picks up so well to pick Mark Marquez, I suppose he is. Whoa! And a big moment from him in turn 6. So now Piqueras takes charge once more. Yamanaka had the warning on the previous lap. Now Quiles has had the warning. I will say behind, Fernandez has disappeared.
Yeah, Furasato's got to the front of that. Oh yeah, Fernandez has dropped back, hasn't he?
What's happened there? Is that a Furasato? Is that a move? Or is it Fernandez's tyres giving up the ghost? Like at the front, they are getting their warnings now.
Right, we're at the point. This is it. Gloves are off now. Yeah. Absolutely. There's going to be some aggressive moves. Furasato is closing.
And he will not be shy. See that Fernandez has dropped back into 7th place. Munoz is there as well, I'll remind you. Fastest laps for Foggia and Rueda, personal best laps as Peroni gets it bobbling on the curbs on the outside of turn 1. We have 3 laps to go in this race, and the Argentine is leading, and Furasato is coming.
And the bad news for everyone is Furasato's dragging Munoz with him.
Is that bad or good news? I don't know. This race is going to liven up.
It's good news for us, it's bad news for the guys at the front, 100%.
Up to turn 3 we go. Still David Munoz there in. As has Max Quiles, who now leads once more, as has Adrian Fernandez. But that's an important factor because Dennis Foggia's just got a long lap penalty in that chasing pack. It's so easy to transgress, particularly on the last lap. I have to say, Quiles has been keeping his nose clean ever since he had that 3rd transgression. 2 on 1 lap.
Yeah, that was far from ideal. Still think the guy in second, Peroni, looks the most comfortable.
Just turning for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Furasato's on the back of Piqueras now. This is some ride from the Japanese youngster. From 15th on the grid. He's going to attack, is he? No, Quiles holds firm. David Munoz, oh! Munoz through the second part of the chicane!
Barged through a locked door, there was no room at all. I'm coming through.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Here we go. Max Quiles now has to take a tight line through turn 3. Has he got that corner exit that he wants?
The problem for Quiles, because he's been taking the sweeping lines the whole time. Now he takes the tight lines, it's really affecting his exits. Absolutely. It's almost like he's not quite set for that.
Peroni leads, Piqueras second, it's Quiles third. Furasato from 15th has chipped away throughout the race with fast lap after fast lap. He's in 4th with David Munoz in 5th. Yamanaka struggling now to hang on to this group in 6th. Then the championship leaders there. Jose Antonio Rueda's not out of this yet. He's in 7th place and now 1.5 seconds behind the leaders.
Oh, I think he might have been onto the green there, Peroni.
Just slightly, do you reckon? That could be his track limits warning coming up.
Oh, this is going to get messy.
Oh, Quiles and Furasato side by side now. Piqueras is going to take the lead as we drop down towards turn 9. Here comes Munoz as well.
Oh,
this is not going to work. Who goes wide? Peroni pushed out wide, and that's Quiles on the green paint. Is that 2? Is that 1 time?
I mean, Munoz outbraked 2 riders on a tighter line. I mean, there was room, but not much. But I mean, that was a brave move.
Oh, here we go. We got Munoz and Furasato. Towards turn 4. I think that might be Quiles' race run right there with that corner.
Absolutely.
Piqueras leads. Munoz is going to come under pressure now from Tayo Furasato into turn 4, but he goes for the tight line. That is closing the door, slamming it shut in the Japanese rider's face. And behind now, what's happening with Peroni?
He made a mistake there, got in too deep, dropped off the edge of the curb.
Rueda up to 6th behind Quiles.
There's only one corner I can think about now, and that's turn 9. We saw how fast David Munoz was into that. But he's not going to get a chance because Furasato throws that bike underneath him.
And Tayo Furasato, I'll remind you, he's still looking for his first Grand Prix victory in Moto 3. Is there a chance? No, because David Munoz is coming down towards turn 1. Where's Yamanaka come from? Where has that come from the Japanese rider? Munoz and Furusato collide. Piqueras is going to get a free run to the line here. Where has Yamanaka come from there? That was incredible. Piqueras is going to win for the first time since Qatar. Yamanaka makes it a 1-2 for the MT Helmets team. Munoz is third. Quiles takes fourth. And then Rueda is somehow fifth across the line as Furusato is sixth.
Rueda, from nowhere, your championship leader, ends up fifth. It's incredible.
What happened there?
I know, I need to watch that again.
For Yamanaka to come through, it must have been the Munoz and Furusato just battling each other. There's Matthias Wagner, good to see him, the former Dakar champ, waving the flag up in the gantry.
I mean, what a race. What a race.
I mean, it was steady until 4 laps to go, and then it all went
off.
And
then it just,
Well, Piqueras looked like he meant business from FP1 when he was fastest, and he is back. His sister Desiree down there in tears. The Piqueras clan can celebrate because he's back on top. He's back in this championship fight. What a race. We'll be back with all the reaction after this break.
Carroll Nash Insurance sponsors MotoGP.
Gonzalez starting from row 2, because around him, Vietti, Moreira, Alonso, Canet, Arenas all have pace.
Yeah, exactly that. This weekend, there's a number of riders that will bring the challenge to Manny Gonzalez. Starting from the second row, not a disaster, though. You line up on the left side, which is leading you into more of a racing line into turn 1, so I expect him to get a good jump and through turn 1 cleanly. But Holgado from pole, I think he's always likes to lead from the front, as he did in Moto 3 so efficiently at times. But Moreira alongside, quiet in terms of race pace, but one lap pace has been there. Vietti, previous winner around here, I think the dark horse for this race, just looking at his rhythm throughout the weekend.
Oh, he's won the last 2 years here, hasn't he? So you've got to think that Vietti's going to be able to manage it as well, which is going to be an important part.
Yeah, I expected maybe a little bit of tyre anomalies in there today, but it's all super soft. The softest option on the rear and the soft front tyre, so no one going for the standard SE0 soft rear option that was on the cards, but I still think you're going to have to manage it a little bit. It does take quite a bit of abuse in terms of the drive grip portion of the tyre, so having a little bit of traction in those last laps to fight may well play out at the end, and Vietti does it quite well, and so does the Bosco-Oscuro chassis. So I think I'm feeling a Celestino Vietti day again here this year at the Red Bull Ring.
Be interesting to see. Manuel Gonzalez, championship leader, of course. There he is on the 18. He starts on the second row. It's this youngster, Daniel Olgado, winner once last year in his battle with his teammate David Alonso for the championship. What can he do from pole? He's been a standout performer in terms of the rookies this year, and he lines up on the front row alongside Diogo Moreira, who's back on form this weekend. Celestino Vietti on the number 13 on the inside. Gonzalez heads up row 2. Can Canet do anything to close that 25-point lead that Gonzalez has in the championship? He starts down on the third row of the grid in 8th place. There's your front row, though, as we get ready to race here. 23 laps of Moto 2 action at the Red Bull Ring here in Austria. Lights go out and we're underway. Not a good start from Moreira, a very good start from Daniel Olgado and from Manuel Gonzalez, who cuts across Moreira into turn 1. He's pushed wide, though. He's pushed wide, is Gonzalez, really wide. He gets on the throttle on the outside as Vietti hung on. Oh, that's going to get really tight with David Alonso there. It's going to be Olgado who leads the way, though. Moreira somehow recovers into second, Gonzalez in third.
And it's Joe Roberts and Jake Dixon across the gravel. It turned.
Oh, and a big crash at Senna Aegis has gone down on the outside there. Collision with Alonso Lopez on the exit from the chicane.
Yeah, I think Senna may have high-sided of his own accord, and then it looks like Alonso's had to take evasive action through the gravel, but fingers crossed for Senna. He was tumbling off track, which is hopefully meant he's no collision with another machine.
Diogo Moreira has taken the lead. Olgado didn't quite get it hooked up out of turn 3. Thought Vietti was going to attack Gonzalez, so it's the Brazilian, Moreira leading. Second place is from Daniel Olgado. Third is Manuel Gonzalez, and fourth is Celestino Vietti. That's your top 4 as they started, but they've swapped positions, all of them, pretty much in every corner so far. Senna Aegis looks a little bit worse for wear down there. It's a heavy one if he's high-sided out of there, like Aaron Canet did earlier this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Good to see him walking off, but he does look a little dazed there, so it's been a big old tumble through the gravel. Holgado looking at the rear tyre of Diogo Moreira down into turn 9, thinks best of it this time around, but we know from Holgado's past he likes to be at the head of the field.
Yeah.
He likes clean air in front and just setting his own rhythm.
That's a really good point, Michael. Every time in Moto 3, he just loved being at the front, and he's taken the lead of this race. Moreira's going to try and outbrake him back on the outside, but Olgado has the line as Ortola comes through. Whoa. Oh, Aaron Canet has a moment in turn 1 there and goes a little bit deep on the green paint for Diogo Moreira on the run up to the chicane, so that's one of his track limits warnings. A big warning from the front of Daniel Olgado's bike as well as the Brazilian takes charge.
These riders are pushing on. I seen it this morning in rookies, a lot of riders going a little bit too far to the right and touching the green paint on the run between turns 1 and 2, and obviously that's still a mark against you, so you got to be careful here. Diogo Moreira already on lap 2 getting a mark against him for what is essentially a straight part of the track.
Yeah, and you've got to just make the kink, haven't you? If you cut through, they won't like it. And Celestino Vietti's going to take third place now from Manuel Gonzalez. He's trying to make life hard for Gonzalez in the early stages, because I think Vietti thinks he'll have a little bit of pace, and he lent on Gonzalez through the kink.
He was not going to give up the spot easily there. Celestino Vietti just leant on top of Gonzalez, closed the door, and a little bit of a bump, but no harm done.
Yeah, and Gonzalez will just be happy enough there in 4th place. Sit tight, know that he has really superior pace of anyone as Aaron Canet takes to the inside there in a little battle that he's having with David Alonso, Tony Arbolino and Colin Vire. Sasaki, wasn't it, that was just got through on Canet?
Ayumu's had some good pace this weekend inside the top 10 for Sasaki. Hope he can keep it going in this race. He's had a little bit of misfortune this season, but good to see the pace coming back.
Yeah, really good to see. Albert Arenas is the fastest rider on track, and Sasaki, as we say, that drops down the order. I think Sasaki might have gone, or at least run wide in that last couple of corners. He comes across the line. Where's he going to come through? He's dropped down our screens down to 14th. Now down to 16th. So easy, isn't it? If you lose a position, then you lose your rhythm, and you just go backwards and backwards.
These riders smell blood in the water. As soon as you get nudged off track, everyone tries to capitalise and send it down the inside. So I imagine Sasaki could have been assisted at turn 9 and punted off the track to lose so many places. Yeah, Aaron Canet was the one who he just got past, so maybe it was Canet who did that. Down towards turn 4. Moreira leads then. Olgado is 2nd. Vietti is 3rd. 4th is Manuel Gonzalez. Albert Arenas had decent pace this weekend. He's there in 5th with Ivan Ortola. This is the turn 1. The chicane where you see Dixon and Roberts on the left-hand side. Still, it went under the bridge just as I was trying to watch H on the outside. Did you see what happened? Senna, I couldn't see it actually. I wasn't sure exactly how far up the field he was, so it looked like he got high-sided and threw up the middle of the track, to be fair. Hopefully get another look at that one. Group of 6 pulling away at the front. David Alonso is chasing them in 7th place. But Ivan Ortola having an excellent start to his ride in 6th. Rookie's going well here, Michael. Why is that? Why Olgado, Ortola, Alonso all having decent pace? Colin Vire's up to 9th, for example. Why is that? I just think it's a coming of age. They're halfway through the season. The summer break is coming. Time to reset, think about the early rounds, and then come back and believe that you belong at the front of the field in Moto 2. Yeah, but time and again we say Moto 3 to Moto 2, the hardest step. Well, we've got the four that came up in the top 9 here. Yeah, it does show you the level of those riders as Joe Roberts makes some moves through on Matteo Fossini. But yeah, I think the rookies, they are a class field that come up with David Alonso, Danny Holgado, Ivan Ortola. I got a feel for the World Supersport champion coming across. He had a lot of expectation, but when you've got that level of rider coming up from Moto 3, they understand this championship just that little better. Well, you're talking about Adrian Huertas, of course. He's having a good ride. He's having a good day, in 11th place, just ahead of Barry Baltas. Isan Guevara's 13th. Munoz, Danny, that is in 14th place, replacing Dennis Onchu this weekend, who's out. He's broken his leg in a training incident. And Ayumu Sasaki just knocked out the points by Philip Salac currently. Philip Salac, we hear rumours set to lose his seat in the Mark VDS team, but interest from Fantic Racing so far I have heard, and possibly a Taltrans if Diogo Moreira moves to either Yamaha MotoGP seat or perhaps the Yamaha Moto 2 Blue Crew squad. But yeah, we await some info on that moving and shaking that could happen in the coming weeks. It's the Brazilian who leads across the line. Danny Olgado in 2nd place. We had the calendar for next year, not confirmed, provisional version of it, but Brazil is on there. And if it's this kind of performance we're going to see from Moreira, understand why people are thinking about him with a MotoGP future. He leads them at the end of the 4th lap. Starting here with lap 5 up to turn 3 for the 5th time. On board with Manuel Gonzalez as it settled down, just letting the race come to him now. He knows that Vietti is strong, but what we have seen from Gonzalez is, again, a bit like Rueda in Moto 3, paces himself well in a race. Yeah, he does. He manages it, doses it out. He's got a problem here. What's going on here for Manuel Gonzalez? Just as we're saying, there's a problem with his bike, and he's dropping like a stone down the order. He's going to have to go onto the curb on the inside there. Manuel Gonzalez has a serious problem with his bike, and he is dropping down the order, and look at the gap in the championship. Suddenly changed. He's now down to the points, the last point scoring position. Is he able to get it going again? It's still running. Trying to listen to the engine. Here we haven't quite got the right mic. Oh, here we are. It's still going. He's having a look down, looking down to his left-hand side there, Michael. Yeah, down to his gear lever foot, whether it could be something, just the external components like a gear shift rod, or whilst it was on board I was trying to listen, but I couldn't tell if there was anything.
No, again he looks down to his left hand side there, Manuel Gonzalez. Well, he's picked up the pace again, hasn't he, into second gear. So he's second gear through there, third, so that's changing all right. Is he not able to use first or something?
No, it was in the middle of the straight on the run from 3 to 4, where you're at full throttle, you're shifting up the box. The engine sounds perfectly fine, it's pulling good, so could it be a fuel starvation, electronic quick shift issue, a little bit of a cutout, something untoward?
There's a little puff of something there at the back of the bike, but he's okay, he's got going again. Well, a head scratcher for Manuel Gonzalez, who drops right down the order, and that means Diogo Moreira at the front. He's in a prime spot now, isn't he? He's got half a second on Danny Olgado. Celestino Vietti there in third place, keeping tabs on them. But suddenly this has become a different race, because Manuel Gonzalez is 6 seconds behind. Surely that's his chance of victory gone.
Yeah, you would say so. It's obviously, points are important today, with kind of having a tougher day than what he's accustomed to after the crash yesterday morning. But yeah, he's now seen his championship rival drop back behind him, and it's a day to capitalise perhaps.
Well, it's hard to tell what's happened there with Manuel Gonzalez. Let's have a listen here, Michael.
Clicked it into fourth gear, and it just seemed to labour a little bit, that it wasn't pulling. But you can hear back shift in the engine hasn't cut out. But yeah, something on his left side that he's not happy with.
Puts his hand up. Is there like the selector rod, the lever or something?
Yeah, but he's shifting up through the box fine since that. So normally if you miss a gear or something feels untoward with the gearbox or the shift lever or push rod, it's a problem that stays with you.
Well, he's making moves. He's just got past Salach and Huertas, and he's up to 12 on the comeback trail.
Very strange.
This
back to full pace again.
Yeah.
So something spooked him, that he's thought he's got a technical or a possible, maybe the engine felt like it was tightening up, but yeah, weird that he looked down at the left side.
Well, he's going again. We said it a couple of times this year, haven't we, where things have just befallen Manuel Gonzalez. We talk about him cruising to the title, and he had a 25-point lead at the start of this race. The good news for him is that Aaron Canet is down in 9th and he's not making much progress. He's behind Colin Fire, in fact. So, he might not lose too much in terms of the championship here now.
No, good for Moreira, though, at the head of the field. If it wasn't for his Sachsenring incident, something's...
It's gone. Yeah. It's gone now. It's going to be no point. Something has happened here. So Manuel Gonzalez on the outside of the racetrack, whatever the problem, it's a technical for him. He pulls across the track to come in pit lane. Tom Luthi, there's Fausto, his crew chief, going to welcome him back, but what is the problem? A misty look to his onboard. You see at the left-hand side of the screen that Moreira and Olgado still out in front, but it's Manuel Gonzalez down pit lane to retire from this race, or at least have his bike looked at. Chances of points have gone.
It does have the pull operated rear brake on his left handlebar where the clutch should be. But you need something quite significant to stop you there, unless it was dragging or the clutch beginning to slip. Just given the fact he kept looking to his left handlebar.
Right, and just to throw another little bit of spice into it, Diogo Moreira, your race leader, has a track limits warning. We are on lap 8 of 23. Ooh. So that means he's only allowed to use the green paint one more time. After that, he'll be getting a long lap penalty. And then we've got Danny Olgado waiting in the wings. Olgado quicker than Moreira on that last lap by a 1/10 of a second. Fastest rider on circuit as well is David Alonso in 5th place, winner of the Moto 3 race here a year ago. It's a coming of age for the youngsters here, Michael.
It certainly is. David Alonso looking to make his way through, and he wastes no time whatsoever. Up the inside on the brakes into turn 1 in Albert Arenas. Doesn't go too wide onto the green paint. Nicely done.
Absolutely perfect from David Alonso, who's up to 4th place now. Well, this race has suddenly got a whole lot more interesting, hasn't it? We thought Manuel Gonzalez could cruise to this one. Maybe Celestino Vietti would give him a run for his money. But Moreira leads, Olgado closing on him. Vietti's there, had a little bit of a front-end wobble there, and then behind, David Alonso is motoring on quicker than the leader by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, you mentioned a coming of age. I'm looking at Colin Fire, and there in 8th, his personal best, matching better than the 2 leaders and matching pretty much the pace of Alonso last time around. So yeah, he's certainly found his feet this weekend and shown what he's capable of.
And Yvonne Ortola as well, in 6th place, ahead of Tony Arbolino. Not saying coming of age for Tony Arbolino. What are they looking at? Something.
Oh, he's got water on the inside of his screen, so
We said it was a bit misty, didn't we?
Yeah, he's getting spray on his face from the radiator. Yeah.
So has there been some damage? Has there been possibly a
stone through the rad? It's leaking, and then you can see his temperature gauge rising up. He's looking down at the left handlebar, trying to see where the spray's coming from.
Yeah.
He's realised the engine's going to expire eventually. Yeah, tough, very tough luck. You do have a rad guard in the front of these, and it's unusual for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? It could well be Senna Aegis' crash at the start, his teammate bringing gravel onto the track, and then...
Exactly, yeah, simple things. It can't even be the radiator cap leaking, weeping. I've had that before where it's spraying you in the face, and it's, especially at speed, when you get that hot water spraying up at you, it's really disconcerting.
Well, we saw the onboard, didn't we? Had that sort of misty look to it, didn't it? Normally a crystal clear HD shot from it, but yeah, something that's been sprayed back. We surmise that it's from the radiator. Oh dear, poor old Manuel Gonzalez, having some bad luck on his way to trying to win this championship. Now, in terms of the championship then, Aaron Canet 25 points behind. As it stands, he's only picking up 7. It's like an open goal, but unfortunately he's about to be substituted. It's that, isn't it? Because I don't think Aaron Canet can go too much further forward here.
Although you never rule him out, he is fiery, feisty, fights through the pain barrier. On occasion we've seen him defy the odds, and he may well do that today, but it looks like attacks are coming from behind. He's got Guevara looking for a way through on him. Yeah, and the pace, it's just the pace. He's 34.1. Leader Moreira 33.7. Olgado a 33.8. Vietti a 33.6. You know, and for Canet on that lap, 34.1. As his teammate came past, we've got a yellow flag in that last sector as Guevara now comes through on Canet. So if there's a crumb of comfort for Manuel Gonzalez, it's that his rival is not capitalising. Oh, Joe's gone down. It's Joe in sector 4. Just a message from Steve Day. He has spoken to Jurgen Ling down in pit lane, and it was a stone through the radiator. So may well have been those stones from his teammate's machine after the crash on lap 1. Yeah, what a shame.
Oh, that is cruel for Manuel Gonzalez. I've felt the hot water on his hands, felt it coming through. The engine was, it felt like it was running fine, but after a while, Michael, that wouldn't be the case.
No, you only have so many laps. And once all the water's gone, so is the engine. So yeah,
all the coolant drained from it, and then all of a sudden, that thing is going to overheat.
Yeah, you're not actually allowed coolant, it is
H2O. Water, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. By that I meant water.
Well, this race has got a different complexion now, very much, with, I think Alonso's going to make his way across to the rear wheel of Celestino Vietti. We know what David Alonso can do in a race when he gets in the battle.
Yeah, he just dropped off though on that previous lap. It's regained a little bit of mojo here. Let's have a see across the line now for David Alonso. Yeah, quicker on that lap than Moreira out front. Got to keep your nose clean as well. That's one thing Moreira's thinking about, isn't he? See him being much more precise now. The one when he took to the green paint on the inside there, out of turn 1, it was strategic more than anything to make sure that he got ahead.
Yeah, he was protecting the inside or getting it as far to the inside as possible, but it is one mark against him, and it just leaves him a little bit vulnerable. A long way to go in this race. We're just reaching the half distance mark, so yeah, it's one of those where you can so easily run wide at turn 1, touch the green paint, turn 9, the final turn. It's one of those circuits you have to be so careful. Not prepared to wait. I think he's going to attack as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's got to be turn 1 now for Vietti. Olgado definitely just missed a couple of apexes there. Regained some composure. Moreira still leads. Olgado 0.4, 0.5 now the gap. It was 0.528 across the line. And then Vietti lurking behind with David Alonso, only 1.4 behind Moreira at the front.
Just looking down the order, Jake Dixon's having a nightmare. Obviously had that incident on lap 1 that put him straight on at the chicane, but even his pace at the moment down in the 35.0 range, which is about a second or so off what he's capable of doing, so perhaps some issues out on track for him.
Yeah, I think he's struggling this weekend. Communication with the crew at the moment, I think down there it feels like it's been a tough time for Dixon.
I did see his knee look quite heavily strapped yesterday. He was walking about the paddock, whether he's carrying a little injury as well.
We saw him hobbling into the garage at one point.
Yeah.
I've not spoken to Jake this weekend, not had a chance to catch up with him, unfortunately, but yeah, it looks like an off weekend, and hopefully he can just put it in a box and come back next time. He's not going to score points today. Right, at the front, let's focus on the riders who are going to score points and score big. Diogo Moreira already taking his first Grand Prix victory in a brilliant battle that he had back in Assen with Aaron Canet. Can he make it too? Had 2 really off weekends, didn't he, in Germany and the Czech Republic?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hurt his championship case, but I think with, well, especially with Manu Gonzalez on the nil point today, it's a chance to level things up a little bit at the head of the title race.
Yeah, that's true. There is Dixon, just ahead of Unai Oradre. Went wide early on at the chicane. He's got Mattia Pazzini in front of him, but not the pace you'd expect. It just hasn't looked right. It actually started not too bad. It's just gone backwards as the weekend's gone on. This was the first lap.
Gets a little assistance from Darren Binder.
Yeah, for both him and Joe Roberts.
Yeah. Grassini man down the inside. Oh, missed Senna's high side again. I just seen him tumbling at the top of the shot. Forgot to look on through the turn.
So much going on. David Alonso's closing again, Michael. He's right on the back now of Vietti.
Yeah, the last couple of laps he's just been back into the 33.9 second range, 33.8, and that's allowed him to chip away. 1 or 2 tenths a lap is enough. Once you get right into the draft, you can take a little breather if you've had to work hard to get across, and then just compose yourself and try and come up with a strategy over these last 9 laps of how you're going to get to the head of this pack.
Yeah, we're starting to tick those laps off now, aren't we? 9 to go. And you'd think if Vietti fancied his chances here of making it 3 on the bounce, he'd like to start making moves soon, because the gap between Moreira and Olgado about half a second. That's steady, but Alonso behind has just done a 33.5, whereas the leader 33.8.
Yeah, impressive lap time for David Alonso. But yeah, we've seen it in the past with Celestino Vietti.
Here comes Alonso up to turn 3. One thing we learned about David Alonso, first sniff he gets, he'll have a go.
Absolutely, no time wasted. It did compromise his exit, and Celli gets the cut back, but Alonso will send it back down the inside at the next available opportunity, and that's his tenaciousness. He just such a good racer, understands the limits of everything, and he can find a way through. He gets very creative in a race.
Well, Steve, they asked him whether he was thinking about the win. He said the win is in The thought that's a bit wider there from Vietti compared to Alonso, but it must be in his mind now, Michael. He's under a second behind Moreira out front.
Yeah, it just looks like Diogo's got enough to keep a 4/10 buffer or thereabouts. So yeah, for Alonso, he's got to get through here on Vietti. You can see Celestino a little bit wide in turn 6. It may be the Kalex Boscoscuro difference, or it could be that he just struggled a little bit to maintain his pace at this point in the race.
Well, we do know, don't we, with the Boscoscuro, just doesn't quite turn in the same way. Finishing off the corners is one of the problems, and now Vietti's got his track limits warning come up. That will also, it's just another thing there where perhaps he's trying to sweep the lines that little bit more, and now you've got a track limits warning, so it just will affect him a little bit. Here comes Alonso, he's got the run on him here up to the chicane.
Not this time. He's possibly going to look at the... Yeah, Celestino's wide there, so this gives David the opportunity to get the drive up the hill and pull off the block pass that he almost managed last time around. No, a little bit too far back this time.
Yeah, but Vietti is trying. He is just going late on the brakes into every corner at the moment.
It's hurt both of them there, actually. Celestino working too hard to keep the number 80 machine behind and got it sideways, kicked him a little wide in the middle of the corner, and then that hurt both riders. They've lost a bit of contact.
Wide again, isn't it, from Vietti? He is struggling. Struggling to keep Alonso at bay. David's just got to work this one out, because you feel like he has the pace to challenge at the front, but if he battles for too long here with Vietti, that could be what costs him.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to give him some work. It's 4/10 at this point. 5/10 for Vietti back behind Danny Holgado, so I think this is a move for turn 9.
Yeah, the gap had been down to about 0.7 at one point, and I think it's gone back out to over a second now. As Vietti and Alonso do battle, Vietti's making life so hard from him, for the Colombian behind.
Yeah.
Across the line, 7 to go. Brazilian leads from a Spaniard in 2nd, Italian in 3rd, Colombian in 4th. Again, Vietti just fires it towards that apex.
Yeah, Celestino's very strong in that area. For David Alonso, he's trying to figure a way to get one past on the Italian. Well, yeah, it looks like even here, Sector 1, this has worked good for Celestino to get a little bit of inroads back on Danny Holgado.
Yeah, they are closing in again. Oh, long lap penalty for Chile. I haven't seen on that lap.
Yeah.
I didn't see where he's exceeded track limits, but the long lap penalty coming up, so David Alonso is all of a sudden in the podium spots. To Aspar, 2 and 3.
Oh, Vietti wide again. He's trying to do...
Oh, and a big moment there, and that's going to cost him. It's going to cost David Alonso, who had to roll out of it. So Vietti gets the long lap penalty. Is he going to be able to fight back? Is he going to try and repass Alonso? The long lap loop is at turn 1.
He may not have seen it on his dash as yet. He will get the board. His pit will signal him. He'll get the board from race direction at the finish line, and he'll have it on his dashboard. So yeah, he'll know he needs to immediately take it. Well, I think at this stage in the race, he'll try and take it as quickly as possible and then get back to these 3 if he can do so.
Yeah, he's going to have to take it. It's not one of these where he can leave it till the end of the race. So David Alonso cleared now. What's his gap? When we cross the line now to Holgado in front, 0.8 of a second behind Moreira. Danny Holgado now starting to look like challenging Moreira straight away. Celestino Vietti takes to the long lap loop. A reminder, Diogo Moreira also has a track limits warning hanging over his head, and that moves Albert Arenas, and now Tony Arbolino up into 5th place, making him the top Boscoscuro runner.
As Barry Baldas makes his way through on Colin Fire into turn 2A, cleanly done. He gains the spot.
Still Aaron Cadet back in 11th place, will pick up just 5 points. So the gap at the top of the championship will be down to 20 between Gonzalez and he. But that's one talking point from the day. Could we have a maiden winner here today? If Holgado or Alonso do so, rookie winners, there aren't too many of them going around in Moto 2.
No, a rookie win. I'm trying to think of the last one we've seen in the class.
Acosta probably?
Yeah, probably would be.
That'd be my guess.
Diogo Moreira did break his duck this year in Assen, but obviously not a rookie in the class. It is his second or third season in Moto 2. Second full season, I think.
Second season, yeah. People who have gone on and won races in their debut season, you're talking of the likes of Maverick Vinales, aren't you? You're talking to the people who made the step straight up. Alex Rins,
yeah.
Went straight. Joan Mir went straight up into the top class. Jorge Martin, did he win one in his debut year? He definitely challenged. I think he might have done. Then was poached from under KTM's nose by Ducati. Got a race on our hands here in Moto 2. 5 laps to go, or just under now, through the chicane. David Alonso, the quickest of this trio, in third. But what we've seen from Moreira, Michael, as we saw in Assen, as we saw in the races where he was beaten to the line, like Aragon, he saved something for the end. He rides well on used tyres.
Yeah, very good in the scrap. Ultra aggressive, as Aaron Canet found out, to his dissatisfaction earlier in the year when he had to give best to Diogo Moreira. But yeah, it is definitely a knack. He has a really good skill of controlling the bike when it's sideways, it's sliding about, using the tyres when they're past their best, and still able to fight. He just stretched out a little bit on this lap between the lead 3, but yeah, I think Alonso's working hard to be here with the front 2.
That front looked nervous there, didn't it? Coming down the hill for David Alonso, and just on this lap, Moreira's just pulling away again. The gap between himself and Alonso was down to 0.7. 2 years ago, this trio were battling for wins in Moto 3 as David Alonso crashes out of third place. It's not to be. Big crash at turn 9 to David Alonso. The Colombian has tumbled out of it.
You could just see it was becoming a struggle. He was on the ragged edge to do those lap times, but he's not prepared to give in, and unfortunately just pushed too much at turn 9, and a podium disappears from his grasp.
David Alonso slides out of it at turn 9. It's a heavy one. It's a fast one down there. His front had protested previously at turn 6, and out he goes, which promotes Arenas back up to third. And Celestino Vietti still has a chance of a podium here. In fact, he has just crossed the line in front of Albert Arenas. Across the line, across the next beam, in front of Arenas for third. So despite his long lap, Chele could still get on the box here.
Yeah, he's rebounded quite well. Back 34-1 last time around, which is similar to Danny Holgado. So he had the long lap and then recomposed himself and gains the position back on Albert Arenas. So Chele, I think 5.1 back in the leader. It's going to be a struggle to get back to these two unless their tyres fall off a cliff, which is unlikely to happen in 3.5 laps.
No, I think Holgado's starting to labour though, isn't he now? Diogo Moreira, I will still remind you, has the track limits hanging over his head. Has got to just keep his nose clean, I think, for this remaining 3 and a bit laps of this race. This is the battle for third between Celestino Vietti on the number 13. Of course, he is the top Boscoscuro runner in this race. I got that wrong before with Tony Arbolino. It's Vietti still. Now.
Oh, little contact. Vietti got the run out of 2B. Sets it up the inside of Arenas. Just had to use his shoulder to make a little bit of room to execute the overtake, but all's fair on that one.
Yeah, Chele making some room to get through and into 4th position. Good ride, a little bit deep there from Tony Arbolino. Good ride again from Albert Arenas. Putting together a few decent results.
He certainly is, and yeah, I think I've been a little bit critical of Albert earlier in the year, that there was a bit more expectation from the former Moto3 world champion, but he's answered those critics and now he's delivering results that he's certainly more than capable of, but it's been a tough few years for him at Moto2.
There's Aaron Canet. You can imagine he's a bit sore. Another point, of course, to his account after the tumble from David Alonso. So he'll pick up 6 for 10 unless something else happens in these remaining laps. Gap down to 19. 30. After yesterday's crash, it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, indeed, he could have been sat out or missing this weekend in Balaton. next weekend. But yeah, he's going to gain 6 points as things stand and keep it under the 1 race buffer to the head of the championship.
Brazilian Diogo Moreira now has a 1.4 second gap. Olgado's challenge is waning. Keep your nose clean, Diogo. And after 2 anonymous weekends, yes, there was an injury, yes, there was penalties for Diogo Moreira, sent to the back of the grid. He's recovered, and it's good to see.
Yeah, he looked a bit of a shadow of himself in Brno. It was a big impact he took in Sachsenring after that collision with David Alonso in the race. And the man who's been coming and building throughout the season is showing once again that he's still got his eyes set on this championship. Diogo Moreira, it'd be something special for the Brazilian flag to win a Moto2 title. We believe his destination is MotoGP, whether that's in 2026 or 2027, it will happen.
On board with Barry Baltus in 7th. He's coming forward actually at this stage of the race. He's quicker than everyone bar Moreira on track. So 3rd in the championship will pick up points on his teammates at the front. Let's doff our cap to Diogo Moreira. Fought to take the lead early on, didn't he, in this race, and in doing so managed the pace superbly.
Yeah.
And now he's got 1 lap to go before he makes it win number 2.
He's imposed a pace that it made life difficult for Holgado, it made life difficult for Alonso. There were mistakes from Vietti, and it is because Diogo is just so strong at the front. He's hit every marker in terms of his braking zones. He slides it to perfection into the apex, doesn't compromise his exit in the slightest. It's been bang on perfect pretty much throughout the entire race here. It has been such a clean run over these 23 laps.
You've got to give credit to Daniel Olgado though as well, haven't you, in 2nd place. First podium for him in his rookie season. His teammates already had one, now he's got one to his name, and arguably this is even better performance from Daniel Olgado throughout the whole weekend.
It is, starting from pole position, inherited once the penalty was imposed on Manuel Gonzalez, but he earned it. Daniel Olgado was ultra impressive in qualifying and then delivered once again in the race today.
There is Vietti, who's going to salvage 3rd place out of this one. I'm not sure he had enough for Moreira. I think it looks like he's right on the edge, doesn't it?
I think he possibly had a 2nd place in him today, but I agree, I don't think he would have been able to challenge this man. Diogo's been able to counter anything that's been thrown at him. No real attack has been placed.
Well, after 2 races off, effectively, for Diogo Moreira, where he hasn't scored points in Germany and the Czech Republic, the Brazilian is back with a bang to take victory here at the Red Bull Ring. 2nd win of the season. Moreira wins. Daniel Olgado takes his 1st podium in 2nd place, with Celestino Vietti rounding out the podium. There is delight for the Italtrans team. Moreira has done it again. Further down the order, Aaron Canet picks up an important 6 points in the absence of Manuel Gonzalez, whose stone through the radiator has cost him an extension of his championship lead today. Jake Dixon comes home in 20th. He will close the page on this one and hope to open a new chapter in Hungary. But what can you say about that ride from Diogo Moreira today?
Yeah, exceptional, showing his skill, his class, and the potential that everyone talked about for so long is currently on display week in, week out. Apart from his little indiscretion in Germany and then the tough weekend in Brno, he's been on such good form since pretty much Le Mans. He's been always there in terms of the podium.
Yeah, even in Germany, he was at huge pace, didn't he, when he made that made that error coming back on the track too soon. Diogo Moreira is your winner in the Austrian Grand Prix. We'll hear from him and the other front runners when we come back from this break.
Carroll Nash Insurance sponsors MotoGP on TNT Sports.
This guy's vision, not normal. Tuesday and Wednesday nights aren't normal. Thursdays are wild too. Streets won't forget not normal. Not normal levels for untraditional Big Six.
Who are you calling untraditional?
These throws weren't normal. Beth's techers aren't normal. Neither is 18 games at the same time. Normal can sling its hook. With all these competitions in one place, this is not normal. TNT Sports.
Costa closing at some rate of knots.
Yeah, he got sucked in the braking zone there. I then thought he was going to try a block pass on the flip-flop, and then he decided not to.
But do you know what? In one way, though, it shows that Bagnaya's front end that he struggles is having. He's definitely better this weekend for Bagnaia.
Yeah, he says it feels more normal, but a lot of that is because we've got that special rear tyre, the heat-treated tyre, which offers, believe it or not, less grip. So the balance feels better, he says. It feels like the front feels more planted, but it's only because he's got less grip on the rear. And unfortunately for him, we don't bring that tyre to too many races, do we?
No. Buriram's one of the certain places around the year where we get that heat treatment on it. So Alex Marquez, after his long lap penalty, is there in 10th place. It really has. This is why we say he's counted out really of a chance of victory. He's 5.4 seconds down on the leader.
Like I say, if he'd have waited another lap to do it, or he'd have been in front of Zarco now. That's just, I do feel like that's a mistake. And you'd have thought that a team would have discussed that and made those what I would assume is basic calculations.
Aprilia had this as one of their bogey circuits. A bike that worked well in flowing fast corners. Well, that's not what the Red Bull Ring is all about. It shows they're making progress at Aprilia. The fact that Bezzecchi stuck it on pole, having come through Q1 and having a great start to the race. It's encouraging, not just for Bezzecchi, but for Jorge Martin, I would say, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for all the Aprilia riders, well, look at Fernandez. Again, sat there in 6th place. He sat in 5th place throughout the race yesterday before he had an issue with his ride height device. Ralph Fernandez looks really comfortable.
Track limits warning already coming up for Jorge Martin. You see the triangle on the left-hand side in the tower. That means if he has one more transgression, he's okay. 2 more, and he'll have a long lap penalty to take. And I'll remind you,
23 laps to go.
We're just on lap 6.
Yeah, 23 laps to go. Basically, when you get a warning this early, it's a nightmare. Because, as you can imagine, it's so easy just to go a little bit wide on exit of one of the corners, clip a bit of green paint, and then before you know it, you're getting a long lap penalty.
At the front, the gap staying steady at 0.6 of a second. Pecco Bagnaia did a personal best on that last lap. He's about a second, 0.9 behind Marc Marquez, staying very steady. It's this point of the race, though, isn't it, when about 5 in, is what happened in the sprint yesterday, where Marc gets to a certain point and then thinks, right, now I'll dictate my pace.
Yeah, and a lot of it, what it is it's obviously it's a grip falling away from the tyres, but the other riders slow down and Marc can keep that consistent lap time. He's happy with the bike squirming and moving around underneath him.
This is going to be a fun one to watch here. Binder against Raul Fernandez. No quarter will be given.
And look who's just creeping up behind a man who definitely doesn't care. Fermin Aldeguer, the rookie. We've seen some of the passes he's made this year. He's been, let's say, slightly disrespectful, but I've been quite impressed.
Get ready to watch this through the cracks in your fingers. Raul Fernandez, Brad Binder, Fermin Aldeguer, and they are all closing on Pedro Acosta as well. Remarkably, they were both, all 3 of them actually, a couple of tenths quicker than Pedro on that last lap. He's the slowest, really, of the top 8.
So what this emphasises as well, you've got Alex Marquez, who's had a really decent race pace, but this is how hard it is to pass in modern MotoGP on a stop-go track. We've now been behind Zarco for 3 laps. I mean, really, Alex Marquez should have been able to pass him within half a lap, but it's just the stop-and-go nature of these tracks and the way the ride height devices work. It sort of, like I said, it just makes it more difficult. Zarco's slightly wide there. It is a late apex, but maybe not that late.
There we can see Raul Fernandez in behind Brad Binder, ahead of Fermin Aldeguer. Top left of your screen, the gap is coming down. 0.3 of a second now. Marc Marquez had that best, that 3rd sector that's always worked so well for him here. Just remember, look back some of the battles that
here we go. Here we go.
It's Fernandez. I mean, that's the final corner between Paul Espargaro and Jack Miller, isn't it? And Miguel Oliveira picking their pockets. But Miguel Oliveira, Reed, Fermin Aldeguer, who's now up to 5th.
I don't want to be boring and I don't want to sound boring, but that's too aggressive. Now, if it's a last lap move, you go, fair enough, it's a last lap battle. You had to have a go at going for it, but at this point in a race, there are plenty, there's 21 laps to go. You have to work out your move, you have to plan your move. You can't just let your brake off and board someone clean off the track.
Yeah, Brad Binder there has been knocked right back. Now he's gone behind Joan Mir even. Mir's having a good ride. I'll leave it there. I'm not going to say too much more because I worry if I do, something will happen to him.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing.
Good. It's Marco Bezzecchi under pressure now from Marc Marquez. The gap has just chipped away on that last lap by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, and actually just looking at the lap times, everyone's lap times have dropped by about 3 or 4 tenths.
It's management phase of the race.
But yeah, at this management phase, Mark's got a couple of tenths on everyone, but that's what we saw throughout practice.
This is the part that he loves, down the hill, through 6, now into 7. Just goes through a little hollow here.
Tell you what though, Bagnaya's not out of this.
No.
If you look in the background, he's only a second behind Mark.
And matching his lap time.
Yeah, exactly, circulating at the same speed.
And he's also got enough of a gap whereby his front tyre, you know,
Will be cool.
Not a problem. Down to the final corner, just you can see from that shot, just this track is either dropping away from you or it's in your face. You're going up the hill. It is nowhere is flat on this circuit.
Yeah, slow lap times for everybody. So it just goes to show these tyres are getting hot. Alex Marquez is trying to line it up, but Zarco is so late on the brakes.
Yeah, and if Alex Marquez waits too much longer, he'll see a bright yellow bike alongside him. I think he's got the run this time, though, on Zarco. Up to the chicane. There's a big French leg in his way, though.
Yeah, there's no way he's letting him past. Surely this time, surely.
But the Honda is so good in the braking zone.
It really is. It struddles on really fast tracks.
Now.
But like, accelerated, it's all right. Like you saw then, in fact, he got out the corner better than Alex Marquez.
Just heard something in my headset. I didn't know whether it was
Mia.
someone going down.
I'd say you don't want behind you. You definitely don't want Frankie Morbidelli getting each beat.
So at the front, Marco Bezzecchi's times then dropped to a 1:30.2. Marquez did a 1:30.1. That's, you know, 6 tenths off where they have been in this race. Bagnaia 1:30.2. Faster than them all, Fermin Aldeguer in 5th, 1:30.0. This is Fernandez versus Bastianini. Alex Marquez, this time is it going to be?
Yes, well, he's going for it. Can he get it stopped?
How many times have we seen someone then go for the cutback, but Marquez has done really well. Alex has done, finally, been able to get through, but he's done excellently, through it cleanly, and through he goes, past Zarco, and finally back into the top 10.
But that Honda is good off the corners.
New
Jorge Martin.
On the factory Ducati of...
Slightly wide.
Yeah, I mean, Fabio Gianantonio had a look at him there as if to say, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
You were never getting that stopped.
There's history in that corner.
Yeah, it's funny, Fabio Di Gianantonio, he's circulating well, 7th place.
A few of those names we mentioned, perhaps they're going to be your rider of the race. QR code, bottom right of your screens. Bezzecchi at the moment is the one who's taken charge of it on an Aprilia that in theory wasn't supposed to work around here, but it just shows how they are sorting that bike.
Right, so this is as close as Mark's been. Normally when he rides this close, he wants to get past. He doesn't want to sit there for too long, just in case that front tyre pressure starts to raise.
You've got to think turns 3 or 4. That's where the Aprilia has been weakest.
He's set it up now.
Weekend.
He set it up there quite nicely, but Bed's got out good. Yeah, that Aprilia does accelerate well.
Again, Marquez there, didn't he? He braked that little bit earlier, he felt like, to get the drive down towards turn 4 here. Not sure he's going to be close enough, though. Just piling the pressure on from behind here, Marc Marquez.
Yeah, the only way to pass into that turn 4 is you have to be alongside them by the time you get to the braking zone. If you do a lunge, how many riders have we seen in the gravel throughout this weekend?
So Marco Bezzecchi's last lap was a 1 minute 30.2. Marc Marquez a 1:29.8. The only other rider in the 29, Fermin Aldeguer, who is right on the back of Pedro Costa now in their scrap before. But this is the battle for the lead between the 72, the Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi, and Marc Marquez, chasing his 6th Grand Prix win in a row. Hasn't done that since he won that sequence of races in 2014, the first 10 races of the season. Another lap chalked off, 17 to go, 11 down, as we head up the hill once more through turn 1.
I thought the stewards might have looked at that Fernandez pass. Normally we get a message to say that's just being looked at. What were your thoughts on it, Gav?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it already today in the other races, not to give too much away. I think that'll be one where people at home will be saying, Rubbins racing.
Which
There was
I
a gap
agree.
he's gone for.
Yeah.
I think that's my take.
He's got the run this time,
Yeah.
Mark.
Is he going to be close enough now down that Aprilia there? Look at that little phase.
Yeah.
Where it just has the edge. What about into the braking zone at this time?
Like I said, it's such a tricky corner. He'll have to be closer than that.
You just wonder, as the tyres start to go away from Marco Bezzecchi, is he going to be able to be as precise in that turn 4? On Friday, I didn't see him hit the apex once in there.
No, he had a scrappy Friday. He was 18th fastest, let's not forget. He had to go through qualifying Q1. Looked completely lost. The bike looked nervous, really unstable, certainly in the braking zones. And it was like, well, it's not going to be an Aprilia weekend. So he goes and sticks it on pole. Does Marco Bezzecchi. Really strange one.
I'll tell you what, it's not a Yamaha weekend. Jack Miller is 17th. He's just been passed by Ayagura. There's a group. Miller, Quartararo, Rins, Oliveira. Wow. They are all the last 4. No Maverick Vinales here. He did Q1, did a couple of laps, decided to rest himself. I think he'll miss Hungary. It's what it sounded like yesterday as well. Paul Espargaro was standby, but he gave it a go this weekend, Maverick, and says, I need to be 100% before I try to come back. Which, I don't know, he said it could be next year. As in, that he'll be properly back to 100%. Well, Mark, he's just dropped back a little bit.
I was just thinking that as well. It makes you wonder about his front tyre pressure. As in a couple of moments, thought, oh, better just drop back. Just try and work on a little bit of rhythm. Yeah, that gap's definitely growing.
Well, you had Marco Bezzecchi to do the business on their bingo card on Friday afternoon.
I mean, he started from pole, but everything we saw yesterday and in practice with race pace, it didn't quite look like he'd got it. But he has slotted into that factory Aprilia team so well. A slightly shaky start right at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. Cross the line then. 0.9 the gap between Marco Bezzecchi on the Aprilia, Marc Marquez on the factory Ducati. Still Pecco Bagnaia is there in 3rd. Still Aldeguer pressuring Pedro Acosta for 4th.
Yeah, and these two definitely know each other very well. The two Mercians, obviously grown up together, been racing pretty much all their lives. So they'll know each other's riding styles. Both similar the way they ride, both very aggressive.
Both came through the same school, didn't they, really? Yeah. Paco Marmol, who led them in their youth.
We know
trained them on the car parks of Murcia.
That's right. We know they used to be really good friends. I don't think it's quite like that now.
They apparently healed a few of the wounds that had been there.
It's nice.
A bit wide there for
Bastianini.
Bastianini.
He had the handbrake on there on the way in, didn't he? Full sideways approach.
Rally style. Schwabmeier.
Don't mention him.
Okay.
Crashed out of 8 races out of the first 12 rounds.
The majority of those were taken out.
Absolutely not his fault. No, he's made a couple of mistakes, but yeah, he's obviously got cleaned up by Alex Marquez at the last race.
Someone's gone down. Can hear someone has gone down in our headset. There's a yellow flag gone out on the racetrack. It's not Bezzecchi or it's Jorge Martin. It's Jorge Martin, and that could be a fast one. Do you know what? That's in turn 7. That's a fast crash.
Oh, please be okay.
Oh, and he's being helped up on his haunches. Here we go, Neil. Down the hill, towards 7.
Yeah. Is it going to go early, one of the front enders? Yeah, it is. Look at that.
Oh, he's tagged up with a bike, isn't he?
Yeah.
His leg just got caught on the back of it. Well, Jorge Martin's missed most of the season through injury. Let's hope that he's okay after that one. Really good ride yesterday into 10th place, but his front tyre letting him down through turn 7.
Hey, oh.
Yeah, Aldeguer's just lost touch.
Yeah, lost touch. I think he was adjusting his front brake lever because he had his hand in a funny position. It looked really weird.
Up to turn 1. Yeah. Well, you know, the other thing they do have here is, you know, brakes do get very, very hot around here, don't they?
Yeah, they were the comments throughout the weekend. Mark was complaining about that slightly spongy front brake. It's awful. When you get to the braking zones, you don't know exactly where the front brake lever is going to bite. So you have to adjust it a lot of the time on the exits of corners.
Medical team down there with Jorge Martin.
He looks like he's hurt himself.
Yeah, wind taken out of him. He said how nervous he was. A few tears from a Jorge Martin fan, but how nervous he was about after he crashed on Friday about damaging himself again.
So
Marc Marquez has recovered.
Championship. No, Gav, honestly, but then I thought...
He keeps saying it. He says it every day.
He said it all weekend. He actually said this weekend, every morning I get up and I look at the championship standings to remind myself I don't have to win every race.
Yeah, sure you do.
Oh!
That's a sideways pass there from an Air Bastidini, and now Joan Mir takes advantage to come through up into 7th place. Now, I mean, if Raul Fernandez can serve it, you'll get it served back to you, mate.
Yeah.
I know it was on Binder previously,
Yeah,
but don't worry, Binder's there.
Binder. I can see Binder's teeth, literally.
Gnashing.
Nah, you know what Brad's like. There is no quitting him.
You can see raw meat ahead of him.
Literally, the South African.
The lion will be ready to roar, won't
He's
it?
got a good memory. He ain't forgetting. I owe you, mate. Yeah. I think we need to keep our eye on those two.
Yeah, and these two as well.
Yeah.
At the front, gap 0.5 of a second. Who would your rider of the race be at this moment? It's got to be Bezzecchi, hasn't it? For what he's done at this point, he has made life difficult for the Ducati duo, and not all of us saw that coming. Although Marc Marquez, he said the two people have to watch out for are Bezzecchi and Bagnaia.
Yeah. It's almost like he knows what he's talking about.
Someone's got to here.
But like I said, imagine every morning getting up and looking at the championship standings. But he has to do that, Marc Marquez, because he can't quite control himself. He can't control that natural killer instinct of risk it all, I have to win.
Well, he has changed his approach since the start of the year in terms of we've seen him so much smoother, haven't we? And he got ragged, he got a bit excitable, he got panicked in early stages of races early on this year. Well, okay, I say that about Jerez, really. In America, when he crashed out, was out in front, comfortably out in front. In Silverstone, crashed out, didn't he? Early on, pushing things early on. So, he's got rid of that part of things.
Yeah, it's those three mistakes, isn't it? Like you say, with America, Silverstone, and Jerez, they've haunted him. Hence, we've seen, like I say, a more of a subdued approach to races. But like normally now, we're coming up to like the last third of the race. This is where we'd usually see an advantage. It's closing in ever so slightly this time.
Yeah, down to 0.3 of a second. Remember, it all went all the way out to 0.8, 0.9. And now Marquez coming back at Bezzecchi. Doesn't seem to be too many concerns down there for Davide Tardozzi. Massimo Rivola knows there's an impending attack, but Bezzecchi keeping him honest. The gap at 0.3 across the line.
Yeah.
And you feel like in every braking zone now, Marc Marquez is inching closer to the Italian.
It's hard to see where he can make a pass, because that Aprilia is working so well. Bezza's hitting all the markers perfect.
Yesterday, it was there. Alex Marquez just said my front started to feel it in there, and that's where Marc was able to sneak through. Let's see what he thinks of it. Again, he's trying to get a good drive down towards turn 4, but that Aprilia in that phase of the corner looks good.
Looks really strong. This was the Achilles heel corner for the Aprilia. Remember, this is the corner where Bezzecchi looked terrible.
Well, in the past it always was. Remember Aleix Espargaro? He made friends with the marshals on the outside of that circuit. He was out there so many times.
Yeah, I had to introduce him to the Apex because he'd never actually met it at any point over the weekend. It's that bad.
Had you?
What do you mean? What Apex? No, there's none of this track. I know that for sure.
Through 7 into 8 now.
Where's it going to be?
What?
Can he pull a move on him? Well, he's going to try, isn't he?
Absolutely.
But it'll be a ball pass.
Bagnaia now starting to suffer, and Pedro Costa sees red, and he sees the red go off track, and Pedro Costa comes through on Pecco Bagnaia. Another lunge from Pedro, and he's up to third with Aldeguer also coming through. Marc Marquez, the gap across the line is 0.1, and this race has suddenly burst into life.
And that is this track, it's the nature of this track. The straights aren't quite long enough, so you can't quite get into position to pass, so it has to be a lunge. The riders then, essentially the rider in front's turning into the corner and then you arrive.
Oh, look at this now from Marc Marquez eating up the ground. Is he going to have a go up here at turn 3?
I think he is.
Getting closer all the time. But Bezzecchi, again, look at this, wide. Bezzecchi is closing every door. They almost touch coming out of turn 3. And this time, Marquez has got alongside. Bezzecchi's trying to squeeze him on the inside, but Marquez bravely hangs on to it. And he takes the lead in the Austrian Grand Prix.
Yeah, can he get it stopped though? Can he? Yes, he has. Bezzecchi slightly tighter. That was close. Bezzecchi knew he was there. He was running him to the curb. Bezzecchi has to attack,
and he's going to. Into turn 6 for Marco Bezzecchi, fighting back. We've got a race on our hands, just like the old days here at the Red Bull Ring. It's been dominant from Bagnaia over the last 3 seasons, but we've got another head-to-head between Marc Marquez and another. On this occasion, Marco Bezzecchi is putting it up to the world champion-elect. Down towards turn 9 now. Bezzecchi brilliant to come back at Marc Marquez there into the final corner. There's no love lost between them. They've started to have a begrudging respect for each other now. As we head towards turn 1, there's going to be 8 laps to go of this. And Marquez has the run on him once more.
Yeah, he has a run on him because Bez is going defensive, but there's 10 laps to go. He's leading on him.
Brilliant from Bezzecchi, and he's just going to use the track limits to stay in front of Marc Marquez, who now takes the inside line into the chicane. Bezzecchi lunging again to the apex. Brilliant to see this. Now, surely now, that's cost Bezzecchi, hasn't it, that the drive up the hill?
Yeah, well, that's the fast in, slow out.
Now he needs to regain the composure here because he's good in this part of the racetrack, exiting 3. But Marc Marquez might just through the chicane on that occasion have broken Bezzecchi's resolve. Let's hope not.
Tell you what, looking further back, Aldeguer's got in front of Pedro, and he's half a second a lap faster than these in front. Aldeguer's 2.3 seconds behind with 9 laps to go. Look at the back of the shot. Aldeguer's coming.
1.5 seconds now, the gap between Bezzecchi and Fermin Aldeguer as we drop down the hill. The question is, now Marc Marquez is hit the front, now that he and Bezzecchi are not battling, what's his pace going to be? But Aldeguer has got through on Acosta while Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi were scrapping it out for the win. Aldeguer having a brilliant ride. I'll remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a MotoGP
What's
rookie.
This? Oh!
No quarter given by the 2 Mercians.
Ex-friends.
Were friends, not friends.
Yeah,
Are friends, not friends.
Definitely not friends now.
Frenemies. So on that last lap, half a second quicker.
Yeah, and Aldeguer was 1 second faster than Bez. I know Bez got past, so it cost him a little bit of time.
The gap now down to 1.3 seconds, 1.2 between Bezzecchi and Aldeguer. The gap at the front, 0.6 of a second. We've said it so many times this year. Aldeguer, late in a race, is strong. You know who else is strong late in a race? Who's always been strong late in a race? Enea Bastianini.
Oh yeah, Enea Bastianini.
He's charging faster than anyone else on circuit at the moment, and he's closing in quickly on Pecco Bagnaia, his former teammate.
It's funny because Steve Day earlier was talking to Frankie Carcetti, who's Aldeguer's crew chief, and he was saying that he definitely fancies his chances for a podium this in today's race, Aldeguer. And he currently sits in 3rd place, but he's sniffing down 2nd.
There is Bagnaia now with Bastianini behind. You know who else is quick? He's right near 130.6 from him on the last lap. Oh, we've got a bonfire for Fabini Gian Antonio. Quick, yeah, get him off that bike.
I'll be getting off that. Yeah, just throw it on its side, it doesn't matter. Get away from it.
Oh, it's brave, isn't it, to hang on to it? Yep, when you can. Let's get the... Finally.
Here
Take
comes to save the day. Comes running in with it.
Oh, dear. Well...
Oh, well.
Wonder what that was from. It's not a ride-out device, is it?
I'll tell you what.
No, it isn't.
No.
I was just wondering, we've seen them before, those fires, haven't we? When they start. No, it's not.
I'm laughing. We blame ride-out devices for everything else. I've got a bad knee, I'm blaming the ride-out device. Should be banned.
Well, there's talk about the riders maybe clubbing together about that. We'll see.
I'll tell you what, in the meantime, what's happened with all this, there's been a bit of a settling at the front now. Marco Bezzecchi's settled himself. The gap's stabilised. It's half a second at the front. It's not necessarily over.
No. What we've said, though, this year about Marc Marquez is he wants to win at the slowest pace possible. You know, he wants to take the least amount of risk.
Yeah.
And he felt like he's done that. Had a couple of laps dropping back. Oh.
Yeah, that's
the worry, isn't it, about the Gian Antonio might have left something on the track. Is that just there for Bagnaia? Just run a bit deep there, or is that more the pressure from Bastianini?
Is Bagnaia going to come back? No. You say that'd have been risky.
Well, it was a disaster yesterday for Bagnaia. We hope for better today. Unfortunately, the renaissance that we thought might be coming on Friday is not materialised. He's back to sixth now, behind his former teammate Enea Bastianini. And where Bagnaia's season just goes from bad to worse, Bastianini's is on the boil. Into the final corner, Bastianini just sweeps across there, out the front.
Same lap times again, basically, for the two leaders.
But who was quicker? Fermin Aldeguer, half a second quicker than both Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi. Has Fermin Aldeguer here got a shot at winning the Austrian Grand Prix? And just look at him, the way he enters into a corner sideways. I don't know, it's like he's got something extra.
Yeah, Mark won't know this. He'll be getting the gap to his to Bez behind him, but he won't be. I don't think he will have been told that Aldeguer is closing at such a speed.
Or maybe he'll get that on his dash sooner rather than later to just make sure you've got something left here, because Fermin Aldeguer is closing at a rate of knots. Half a second quicker than Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi on that last lap. The number 54, the Gresini rider on last year's Ducati. In theory, his contract was to get a factory bike next year, wasn't it, for Fermin Aldeguer? He's deserving the way he's riding here.
Well, unless something strange happens here, he's going to get past Bez and he's going to have a go at Marc Marquez.
The gap's 0.1 now. And where it took Marc Marquez a little bit of time, I'm almost certain that Fermin Aldeguer will just fire it from downtown Spielberg to get through on Marco Bezzecchi. He's not shy, there you can see.
There you go. That's the information. 0.6 of a second.
Bezzecchi
and now
and
there's two.
Aldeguer.
Exactly.
And again, half a second quicker on that last lap. Fermin Aldeguer, another 1:30.1. Marc Marquez is running 1:30.6s. Surely Aldeguer is going to have a go.
Yeah.
He's just in the middle of the chicane.
He's miles faster than them. He's just risking a lot more.
Here he goes.
He's going to let the brake off.
And he is late, and that is a classic block.
That's a good move.
I mean,
that is parking someone at the side of the track, hang them out to dry.
Wow.
Sorry, mate, I'm coming through.
For no way back, surely now for Bezzecchi. Fermin Aldeguer is coming. They had so much success last year with Marc Marquez. More this year from Alex Marquez. He's had his first podium this year for Fermin Aldeguer, but he's a rookie in just his 13th race in the class, and Fermin Aldeguer has a shot at victory.
Hey, when he got the ride, remember there were a lot of journalists saying, why has he got the ride? Ducati have signed this young 19-year-old at the time way too early. Bear in mind, he's only just turned 20, Fermin Aldeguer. What a sensation he is, what a talent. He just got in late on the brakes and thought, well, I might as well just park him. That was such a class pass. Yeah, exactly that.
I've got a good idea who many people will be voting for here.
I mean, how far back was he at one point? He must have been 4 seconds behind, 5 seconds behind at one point in the race.
This is stunning. It's stunning.
He was behind Brad Binder, wasn't he, earlier on?
Yeah, when others are struggling with tyres here and there, again, Frankie Carcetti and the Gresini team have dialed in a bike that's going to work in the latter stages of a race. Gap steady at 0.9 on this lap. Meanwhile, Pecco Bagnaglia's got company now. Having dropped behind Bastianini, Brad Binder's got through on Mir, and the KTM turning. I thought he was going to turn underneath the Ducati then. That's something we haven't been able to say that much recently. Aldeguer's just taken 2 tenths out of Marc Marquez in his favourite sector. 0.7 the gap there. Oh, a wobble on for Brad Binder.
Yeah, he's got his wing all bashed up on the front as Binder.
Yeah, he had a...
Who was he into? I can't remember.
Collision early on in the race, didn't he? Got
yeah, that's right, at turn 1. So
was it Aldeguer? Here we go with Brad Binder.
That's some speed. I guess that helps when you've no wing. Less drag.
Shouldn't help you in terms of stopping though, should it? And Brad Binder, oh, goes off track and down Joan Mir. Ever the opportunity comes through, does he? No.
Gap at the front, 0.7 of a second over the line. It was 0.9 the lap before.
Yeah, he made
3 laps to go.
He made that in the 3rd sector as well, where you'd think Marc Marquez would have the edge. So,
well, Marc Marquez winning at a canter. This is not going to be one of those races because he will be on the limit now. He'll have all the information. He'll know that Aldeguer's closing fast.
This is Bagnaia battling for 6th place ahead of Joan Mir, has had an excellent ride there, and Brad Binder behind him in 8th. Good to see him able to scrap once more. At the front, top left of your screens, Marc Marquez has Fermin Aldeguer for company. 0.8 the gap through the 2nd sector. What's it going to be through sector 3? That will come up any moment now on our timing screens. We're keeping a close eye on it. As Joan Mir, Bagnaia has been told to drop a position because running off track at the first corner, they feel he's taking an advantage from doing that.
It's going to be hard to drop a position, isn't it, when there's 2 behind you?
Without dropping 2. Here we go. He's done it.
Maybe not. Well, I don't know if that was intentional or not.
He's done it. Whatever happens, so he's very clever actually from Bagnaia, but unfortunately puts him back into the clutches of Brad Binder, who again pulls to the inside and is level with the Ducati. At the front, the gap across the line was still at 0.7 between Marc Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer. Oh, Binder again can't get it stopped. How much of that is down to his wing?
Oh, and Binder's on the wrong side now in the braking zone. He's going to have to give this place up.
Is it?
Of course he's not. How do you do that? How do you break someone from the outside into a tight chicane and knock them wide?
That is incredible from the South African. Oh, that's put a smile on all our faces. Good to see the old Brad back.
Yeah, it is good to see the old Brad back. This is where he belongs. I mean, we've seen him battling outside the points, unfortunately, at times this year.
Gap at the front up to 0.9 of a second. A response from Marc Marquez, or is it Fermin Aldeguer thinking I'm right on the limit now? Marc Marquez's pace has stayed steady actually, 1:30.5, and it's just Aldeguer back to 1:30.6 with a lap and a half to go in the Austrian Grand Prix. Alex Marquez, meanwhile, has just been stuck throughout the entire race.
Strange, really, really strange.
Oh,
that's good to see.
Ducatis have struggled a little bit here and there. There is Martin, had a medical checkup, but he's back in the garage. As Neil quite rightly says, that is really positive to see.
Yeah, gap at the front, 0.8 of a second with 1 and a bit laps to go.
So, Raul Fernandez in 9th, Alex Marquez in 10th. This is your leader with 1 lap to go. Marc Marquez from Fermin Aldeguer. Marco Bezzecchi, who's done the donkey work in this race, in 3rd, and it looks like he'll hang on to that 3rd place today. Is Fermin Aldeguer, has he got any chance of passing Marc Marquez? Is there any chance that Marc could make a mistake here? 8 more corners to go. The gap too big for Fermin Aldeguer to have another incredible pass up at turn 3 anyway.
It is unfortunately too big for him to have a go, and Marc will know where he is, will control this last lap, hit his markers. But for me, the rider of the race is Fermin. Fermin Aldeguer, what a ride. Coming of age for the rookie in his 13th MotoGP Grand Prix. He has come through world champions, Grand Prix winners, left, right and centre. And in his rookie season on a year-old bike, Fermin Aldeguer has announced himself on the stage here. And we've got a leveller coming up next weekend. Hungary, no one's been to, so for a rookie, that levels the playing field. It's the 1000th MotoGP race here at the Austrian Grand Prix.
And Marc Marquez making more history. His 9th victory of the season, just one more corner to go. 6 in a row for the first time since 2014. How fitting is it that he wins the 1000th MotoGP race here at the Red Bull Ring? History made by Marc Marquez once more. Firmino Laguerdo, absolutely stunning to take 2nd place. Marco Bezzecchi, brilliant for 3rd for Aprilia. Pedro Costa's 4th. Bastianini, what a ride by him into 5th place, having pushed wide off track. Then you've got Binder behind Joan Mir, brilliant as Giacomo Agostini to round out our 1000th Grand Prix, waving the
early on.